It is time. We are in the next investigation phase for Phoenix Wright. Lord, this is going to be a long lad. Hopefully we actually finish this in time. Also, I just realized because actually, is this being balanced correctly? Beacon, do you love me? You do not love me. Okay. There we go. Much better. Good Beacon. Why are you like this? Anyway, so let's see. Back at the law offices. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. Oh, that's right. Yeah, she admitted to falsifying evidence. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. Absolutely not, ma'am. Absolutely not. I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dirt killings. Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me. Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me. What? What do you mean what happened to you? It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. But what did you have to do with those killings, Emma? On the night Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me. What? He tried to kill you? My god. Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me. So that means you... Yes. I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial. I didn't see that one coming. Oh boy. We're gonna have to talk to her, unfortunately. It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of the year, too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. Joe Dark. It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Joe Dark tried to take me hostage, but before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then, what happened? I'll never forget it. Lightning struck and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now. I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall. So, you weren't able to testify about that? No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why why she made up the crime. Made it up? You mean, provided bogus evidence? The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it. Edgeworth? Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean, it's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened. Even though he may not have known it. Oh, poor man. Really, he was involved in falsifying evidence. Oh, is he involved if he didn't actually partake in the process? He just, I mean, yes, he used it, but like, if he had no reason to doubt it was real, etc. and so forth. After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold like she is today. She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. Yeah. What did you see in the instant that crime occurred? Yeah, what did she see? Okay, that also goes, like, hard. Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl. My god. I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Poor Emma. You've been through so much. No wonder she's like so gung-ho into like getting into forensics. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that instant. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. 2 years ago, You must have been 14. That's understandable. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I would become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forge any. I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime. What? Let's see, there's something puzzling me. What is it? You said you were in Lana's office at the time, right? That's right. Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor? Oh, there's no mystery there. Okay, we need context here. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police? Of course. This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office? Because the detective offices in the questioning room are right across from the elevator. Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force. What? Oh no. Somehow Phoenix does not know this. It's like all over the stupid case file too. After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. Yeah, she used to be a detective and then she got promoted. I better have another talk with her. Yeah. Although I do want to see if she has anything to say. It seems everything is somehow related to this incident. What was it labeled again? The SL9 incident? Yeah. The name of everyone connected to this trial is listed in here. All that's left is to figure out just what role everyone plays in this case. If we search hard enough, I think we'll find our answers. What exactly did or didn't Lana do? I'm not sure I want to know everything. Yeah, that's fair, to be perfectly honest. Let's see. We should be able to find Lana here. Hi, Lana. Lana, Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence. I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul, why should we? Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana, Emma told me about you. Oh? About how you were a detective 2 years ago. And how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. Honestly, like, Lana over here is like all of those Town of Salem players who think that their scum reads are better than any actual evidence, even when they're very wrong. And they'll just make up stuff just to, like, push people out. Only to find out that, you know, the person they pushed was Town. And then it's like, of course, it's like, they'll pull out every single excuse in the book. They'll pull out every salty piece of, you know, argument they could. Oh, I am so glad to be away from that. If you're gonna push someone, at least have evidence, my god. That's right. Could you fill me in on the details, especially about that unusual change of jobs? I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright. Yeah, we do. We are your lawyer. We should have known. A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial. It really wasn't fair, was it? Hi, Violet, how are you? I'm a scum reader myself. I take offense. Look. There's nothing wrong with scum reading. Scum reading is good. But the problem is that if you're going to be pushing someone, you need, like, a good reason, you know? And I'm not talking about people who, like, can, like, point at the way people are behaving and be like, yeah, this reads very evil. I'm talking about the people who, like, day 2 just start randomly pushing someone because they had a feeling, they had a vibe, and it's like, it's day 2, man. You have literally nothing to work with. Absolutely nothing. Oh, what are you? A doctor? You know, what information are you going to have to work with on day 2? That's a doctor. Nothing, exactly. But yeah, no, honestly, Violet, like, I've pushed people off of, like, vibes before, but it's usually got something to back it up. Like, I can usually explain, like, the logic. I'm talking, like, the people who, like, nah, it's just vibes. You have to trust me, bro. I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. It couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is at 5:15 there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana. What the witness, Ms. Starr said about you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife? Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma, this doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so phased before. I don't like this. It's true, I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing. Look at these two. They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together. Chief Gant? He was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes. I scum read like a mad lad. You saw me too, was what it was. I was crazy. True. I mean, to be fair, I was crazy too. Not necessarily like great, but I apparently played better than someone who had only been playing for like 1.5 years, 2 years, however long it was. Damon Gant, he was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed. Emma really idolizes her big sister. And now you're a chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes so you could use that experience in court, right? Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. Second in command? That means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right? Yes, Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigations. They even had the same offices. Yes, they did. We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall, and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place. When he tried to murder Emma, yeah. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Oh, now you tell us. Yeah, now you tell us. Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down and fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself. That's where he found me. So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana? It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies? Prosecutor Marshall, the victim Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. Yeah, I can't blame her after all her sister must have gone through. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Well, let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident? That's right. Quite a coincidence, I don't buy it. What are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident. Just by chance. That case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself, the chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the chief's office, the site of the final SL9 murder. Oh, we get to go poking around in Gant's business. Oh, this is going to be great. Mr. I don't talk about anything. I don't say Detective Gumshoe anywhere. Things seem kind of quiet around here today. You're right. Chief of Detectives seems the same, though. Why don't we go look for some other people to talk to? Right. We can come back here later. Well, good thing that's not what we wanted. We wanted here. Howdy, Bambino. Oh, Mr. Marshall. I never thought things turned out this way when I woke up this morning. Okay, Sarah. You never know where life will lead you, eh, Bambino? You should have known I should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning. Billy? Must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner. But Mr. Marshall, why did you do it? Why do prospectors head west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean, fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. The murder weapon? You mean the switchblade knife with the broken tip? That was Joe Dark's, all right. But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised. A question? The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. What does that mean? It means there is a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased. Could the facts have been concealed with forged evidence? That case left behind scars on all of us. The scars that the SL9 incident left behind. I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I had just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together. Aw. How old was he? Your brother? He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. The highest honor? You mean the king of prosecutors? Oh no, I knew it. What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother. The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as... That's right, it was the day of the evidence transferal. Interesting. It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall there was thunder. I can't believe 2 years have gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty. There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Ms. Starr was fired, and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. They? Who are you talking about? Don't get upset, Bimbina. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Sky. The investigation lead, Damon Gant, and his second-in-command, Lana Sky. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. That case was the biggest step in both of their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yeah, Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Skye was totally different when she was a detective. Now that he mentions it, Emma said something like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister? Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. Lana's secret. It all started 2 years ago. Interesting. So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? It was certainly enlightening. There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict, but someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. No, I personally believe him. Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina. Wow. Okay, cool. So, I guess we can't go to... Deserted today, that must mean everyone's busy solving crimes. Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Thanks? Wow, he actually talked to us! With the chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do about Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media and tomorrow's trial, there's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is the word usually used for those. Sir, we'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office. Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor. Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything. Hey, you're right, you can go in there, it's off limits! As you heard, Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office! Man, we almost had it! Why? Why is there a pipe organ in Gant's office? You know what? I don't want to know. That explains the music, though. That explains that music immensely. Whoa, where am I? In the chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door. Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. Why? How? They used to call me Little Miss Bach. Oh, I'm sure they did. I thought I was a... No. I never could remember where C was. Hmm? Oh, hi, Gant. Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant. Great to see you, sir. Also, this explains a lot about his tie, to be perfectly honest. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. So, righto, have you been swimming lately? No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full, too, with Mr. Marshall's misconduct and Lana's provocative statement. Provocative statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence? 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there? I would not have called our attention to that if I were you. Although it's missing a... Wait a minute. When did it lose the sword? So it's always been a broken shield, but when did it lose the sword? Huh. Curious. That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We took it to commemorate our work together. Something's not right with this picture. Yeah, see, Phoenix notices it too. I can't quite seem to... Oh. I can't quite seem to put my finger on it, though. Gant team picture added to the court record. Yeah, whether he realizes it or not, he's also presumably noticed the trophy missing the sword. Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together. Oh, but this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend. He hiding things. Looks like we aren't welcome. It seems that case isn't over with after all. What do you mean? Chief can't deny our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. You mean like a clue? There's gotta be a way we can get inside the chief's office. Oh, hey Gumshoe! Hey pal! Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm, just taking a breather. My feet hurt. They make him stand from sitting so long. Actually, from serving everyone coffee. Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Aw. Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No. Why do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battles between you two in court. That sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said? That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood. Yikes. And the worst part is, like, he didn't actually make the evidence. All he did was present it from what he thought was a reliable source. But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Monica is the guilty party here, isn't she? Regardless, the prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there's been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as prosecutors kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now with this, are there really so many people who hate him? In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know of for making enemies. Hey Dick, keep up the good work. Yes, sir. Let's go out for lunch again sometime, my treat. Yes, sir. You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick? Yes, sir. It seems you don't have any problems with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Actually, I took a look at that file earlier while the coffee was brewing. He's so concerned. Well, did you find out anything? The only evidence Dark left behind was during his final attack. His final attack? You mean when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl? Me. Oh. Seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl. Oh no. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all. Well, what was it? Oh, let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forget. Look, it's all written somewhere in here, okay? His powers of recollection never fail to impress. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory. Well, let's ask him about Dark's crimes a bit more. He was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just a run-of-the-mill businessman. Businessman? What made him take to serial killing? One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. With his car? So it was an accident? An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal. Interesting. He killed a man that witnessed the accident, then he killed a lady who saw the second crime. A trucker came up upon the scene, was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in. Seems he was a pretty careless animal, yeah. Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence. So he turned himself in, yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim, Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed. That last witness. AKA Emma. Huh. I don't know why I went this way. About this. Hey, is that... It has a tag attached to it with the label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker. On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker and was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler. That's it. Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me. Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again. This knife, it was Joe Dark's, wasn't it? That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at, plus it had his fingerprints on it too. Okay, but no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right? That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken. You don't have to take a good look to notice that. Yeah, well, anyway, take a guess where the broken tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in. Where was it? The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It broke off in Neil Marshall. It was found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Dark's knife? You bet. Down to the last fiber. That's pretty conclusive. Huh. Huh. Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant. It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The chief's out now, and his office is locked, but we'd like to have a look around if that's okay. Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door. What, really? That feels like an oversight. But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust. Breach of trust? Simply put, I'd be canned. Oh. Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you. How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's. That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died. Oh. So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office. I wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind. You know, I kind of wonder about the team picture. Let me share a little advice with you as a detective. If you don't have a clue, keep your trap shut. Alright, cool. Never mind. Alright, yeah, okay. I was thinking maybe the screwdriver because it was requested by Gant. Let's see. Can only be submitted to the chief of police? Isn't that Gant? Curiouser. Alright. So I want to see... Let's see, where all do we have available to us? We have the detention center, we have the police department, we have the underground parking lot. We'll need to go back to him at some point. No one's here today, not even Ms. Starr. Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are. But we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15 p.m. Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case. But instead, it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. But yeah, so... Technically speaking, we did make her look worse. But only because we moved the time of, well, the murder in the evidence locker. Actually, wait, no. Someone was attacked in the evidence locker. I'm telling you. Is this still locked? Yeah, this is still locked. Yeah, so nothing is happening here. This ladder should still be nothing. Yeah. That's still nothing. This phone. Let's see if it works. The phone should still be broken, right? Yeah. Yeah, phone's still broken. This should still be nothing, right? Yeah, this is the only point of egress for a lot. Yep. This is the divider. The Great Divider. Oh no. Okay, so this is nothing. Okay, so she tries to kick it over, and can't. For whatever reason, they assume it's because Lana's super strong, but that's, like, it's more probable that it can't be kicked over because it's full of water, and water is very heavy. Especially when you put it in a thing. Let's see, rope outline of the body. The victim must have died when the killer closed the trunk on him. Absolutely not. Not even close. This is where we found the note. Joe Dark killings. This is Edgeworth's car. It's super flashy. This is B-Lot. Alright, no, so this has not changed whatsoever. Could try going to the High Prosecutor's office, see if Edgeworth is here. I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet. There he is. It looks like he's writing something. What are you doing here? Hi, man. He sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. We're going to have to go and steal that from him. Tough day in court today, huh? I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me? Sure, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm rooting for you. That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. So what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. The shade. Oh no. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I do can erase that fact. But you didn't know, did you? I mean, that the evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error, my responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. That fact remains the same no matter what excuses I might have. Mr. Edgeworth, I take pride in my work, so tell me why. Why has it all come to this? Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Oh, poor sweetheart. No. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First last year's trial, and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. As we should. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial. Tomorrow is the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? The list of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists. That's odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time. Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time. Something seems strange about it. Yeah. We'll have to show him the picture. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered? You were participating in a ceremony over at the station, right? I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this. Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department. You finished up at the office? Yes, just odds and ends, clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back. Take something back? Yeah, the screwdriver, yeah. Oh yeah, Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he? Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. That's the story we heard yesterday. Hey Gumshoe, 59% off hot dogs down the street, give me your wallet and I'll go run and get some before they run out. Honestly, he probably, no, he would just go himself. He would just go himself. As soon as he heard, he would just run for it. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to? That's right. Curious, Aaron, curious, sir. This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall, he had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Yes? The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding is a little different than yours. Yes, you're right. Ah, I remember now. Remember what? That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design. The story? Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. Wow. But, so, up until 2 years ago, this is what that trophy looked like. After that, it was just, you know, the one without the sword. I wonder what happened to the sword. This sword originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd, the second means shield. Have you heard the story? Me? Oh, sure, everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it through? For Emma's sake, of course. Very well. Long ago in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day, he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Wait a minute. Those claims contradict each other. Very perceptive, but then again, you've heard this story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very descriptions of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless. And thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and broken knife symbolize... Precisely, so they symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words, but it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this. Wow, thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today. That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished. Chief Gant. Yeah, everything just comes back to Gant. I don't like it. I wonder, does he know anything about this? Yeah. Oh, he's just going to be big mads. Alright, now I think that's all we are going to be able to get out of him. However, I'm going to be nosy. I wonder what he was writing before. Come on, Mr. Wright, let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right there. Just distract him, I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth. Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground. Hold on, first let me see what this girl's doing. Crawling around my feet, he didn't even look. What letter of... Oh, is he resigning? If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says letter of resignation. No! Edgeworth, no! Absolutely not! Absolutely not! I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me is dying. Oh, sweetheart, no. Absolutely not. Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault. I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done, and no one else should forgive me either. Oh God, I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. This letter of resignation, I wonder if I can use it for anything. And we just steal his letter. We just steal the letter. What a nice desk. Easy to use, easy on the eyes. It's polished so high I can see my own reflection. Oh, gumshoe. Oh no. Okay, so I don't think anything else here has changed, because everything looks the same. So we'll move on. Oh, you know what? Let's go back. Wait, excuse me. Oh, it's Star again. Ma'am? Go away. Would either of you care for a $1/4 pound of roast beef? Hey, Star. I guess she's out of lunches. You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow. Discover Bill. Why would you put it like that? Also, I don't think that's how it happened. Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due for transfer. This can't all be attributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know, that little scene I happened to witness? The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. Yeah, I don't think that's how Milk was discovered either. Oh god. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. It stirs hatred towards Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago. It does. It always does. Joe Dark. That's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though, must have been going through hell. You mean because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her? Lana Skye. My sister? The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course they were led by the legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gant. That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean, with the forging of the evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear while other items were kept secret. But you don't have proof anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us save Goodman were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used? See, she thinks Gant was using Lana too. Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Gant led the investigation with Lana second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. His magnetism? By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He'd produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled. Incredible evidence, huh? You mean... Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him though. I take it she's talking about forged evidence. Yeah, I was gonna say. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked, and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. Miss Starr. That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence. Chief? That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control, and then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. What? You mean, that's why Alana was transferred? If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her change. At last, let's go. I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Starr. You listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. Oh, Lord. I wonder if she knows anything about this. I don't have anything else to tell you. Bryce said, talk about sheep, Eden, maybe you'll be able to tell Black from Mining Court tomorrow. Oh no. Okay, so if she has nothing to tell us about any of the new stuff. You know what, I wonder, does this have anything new in it? No, it's the same 4 pages. Okay. Let's go no, actually, we want criminal affairs, because we're going to talk to Gumshoe. Show him the Oh, you're back! You're still here? I gotta make 150 copies of these files! Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ. You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh, that DJ. I gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you in the chief's office, period. It'd be my neck on the line. That office is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there. There's gotta be something we can do to make the detective change his mind. Oh, and we can break his heart. What's this crumpled up piece of paper? No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious. Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they've pushed him this far. Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible. When I first met him, I thought he was as cold as ice too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence, but we betrayed him. Detective. That's it. I've made up my mind. But here, take my ID card. We can't do that if someone found out. They won't let you off the hook with another lost item report. Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. What? So at least let me do this, for Mr. Edgeworth's sake. Alright, detective. Thank you. Tucked swiftly into pocket. Alright, let's get out of here. Go, 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 go. Here goes, Mr. Wright. Click, beep. And we're in. Disgusting. We're in. If anyone finds us now, Detective Gumshoe's a goner. If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. He came with us! He came with us! Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Detective Gumshoe, what are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried if something might go wrong, so I came too. If you're here, though, what's the point in giving us your ID card? Crushed and rendered unusable in pocket. Hey, don't do that to my card! Oh no, I hardly ever get a chance to come in here, so I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now. You really do want to get fired, don't you? Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out. I've got a bad feeling about this. Okay. That desk on the other side of the room, was that your sister's? Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana. On that day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now? No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. That's a strange reason to leave it there. He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. I see. So, ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk? No one except Chief Gant. And the cleaning lady who's in here each morning. Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining. Oh, ye of little faith. Can I ask you something? Sure. You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes. I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think? Nah, you wouldn't be. No. No, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay, now then, let's look around a bit more. Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy. Huh? What is it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. You don't just let it go at that. Sorry. This guy's starting to get on my nerves. Oh no. Okay, so what's bothering you? You two don't think Chief Gantz might be a suspect, do you? What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? Chief Gantz, so it's finally come to this. Oh yeah, no, this man's... Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet. There you go, ignoring me again. Oh, no. He is a suspect of the highest order. These shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. There is a small picture frame on the left shelf. Hey, this is when Lana and I went to that theme park. Look at that giant window. Makes you want to crash through it and jump outside. This is the 15th floor. I know, I was just saying. Saying what? Ever since making Detective, I've always dreamed about doing something like that. Oh no, note to self, Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams. So long as he doesn't go crashing through that window when he gets fired. Don't say that. Oh no. Excuse me, what is that in the... I actually just noticed this. Look at what's in the background. That looks like a very unstable jar, I think is what they called it. Well, what have I found here? Curiouser. This was taken on that day 2 years ago, the day Joe Dark ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma. After receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here, then went along with Chief Gant to question Dark. I bet he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later. Gee, you think? I have doubts. This was Lana's desk. It sure is tidy. Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner. There's not even any dust on it. Look, looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Yeah, the cleaner. Does Lana ever come back here? No. Chief Gant must still keep it clean in memory of their partnership. They were the stuff legends are made of. Does he keep it in memory of her or in memory of the crime? The chief's organ sure is a sight to behold. Occasionally we hear him playing it from the criminal affairs department. That's on the 2nd floor, and this is the 15th floor of an entirely different building. When a detective screws up, the chief calls them to his office and makes them listen to the organ for hours. What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul. After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except for the ringing in their ears. So it's an instrument of punishment. Literally. But aren't the chief's ears affected? He never listens to anyone anyway! That's besides the point. Oh, that's so funny. You can see pretty far from 15 stories up. If you were to... Let's see. At first the chief wanted to use stained glass for this window. Really? Why didn't he? They say he changed his mind because he wouldn't be able to see the view. Oh. Stained glass or not, it's a huge window. This is the real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons? Sure is, pal. The chief doesn't care for imitations. First the pipe organ, now this armor? Do you know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room? What? You mean we're paying for this? That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes. You don't have any taxes to pay. I was gonna say, you're like, what, 17? You don't have any taxes. Calm down. Shh, be careful what you say. Who knows? The chief may be hiding in this armor as we speak. I don't think he'd fit in there. Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out. Cut it out. You guys don't know how scary that guy can be. This is a safe, isn't it? Safe. That word is ripe with intrigue. Okay, if you say so. It looks like a code needs to be entered into this panel to open it. A 7-digit number. I think I might just know what it is. punch. Oh, I know. You want to try my birthday? It's... How about we don't? I have a bet. Oh yeah, because wasn't that 777 too long? Oh my god. First try. I am a winner. Bingo. What number did you enter? Whose birthday was that, pal? The septuple sevens. The final ID card number on that record. What? The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day. You mean... 77777. That ID number? I think you're 17 shy this time. This can only mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number. Say, anyone care to look inside? I know I do. Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away? Look, it's a shard from a broken cup. This somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? He's got the missing shard from the jar. There's something else in here too? It looks like a piece of leather cloth with a handprint. This is a handprint, isn't it? Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think the chief made up the design? I don't think so. Oh, well, it was just a thought. Is that it? This is all that was in that safe? Apparently so. It's empty now. A piece of cloth with a handprint on it and a broken shard from a cup. They look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here. Great, now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. How are these two items related to the SL9 incident? Well, we know the one jar is related to... Actually, we'll show him in a bit. I want to check out this desk first. Speaking of that, when we were here earlier... Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. I wonder what he was reading. This looks like a list of evidence. A list of evidence? In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though. Hey, look at the case name. Huh? SL9 incident. I wonder what this is doing here. Hold on, detective. What did you just say? I said, I wonder what... No, about evidence lists. Normally they're twice as long. That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. A half-sized list of evidence. Yep. Even. Making meatballs and stuck my finger in oil? Oh, my condolences. What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew the chief must be hiding something about that case. It would appear so. It was ripped in half, so this part is all I've got. Is there anything else in his desk? List of evidence, how the other half of that list, what would this list be doing here? We better take a look more into this list. Okay. And then I think that's everything. Except for like maybe the mark looks like some kind of flower. Word is it's designed after the insignia on the prosecutor's badge. Prosecutor's badge? Yeah, like this is our attorney's badge. Are you? What, they have badges too? The design's supposed to portray the severity of the punishment system. Now that you mention it, it does look all pointy and kind of painful, but Mr. Edgeworth never wears a badge. That's because he's a sharp dresser. A badge like that wouldn't go too well with his outfit. So sharp dressers don't need to wear badges? I guess everyone just kind of lets it slide. I don't see how that's supposed to signify severe punishment. Alright. You there, sir. We have questions for you. Actually, I'm going to present you this. Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar? I remember when the three of us put that back together. Ah, those were the days. It's kind of early to be nostalgic. Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case? That's right, one of the shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it. Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, that fragment we just found. You mean this one? That was in the safe? Yes, that one. That was in the safe. The moment of realization. Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. Here, let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at this. Go ahead, pal, show us what a rookie can do. That's right, here's some glue. If I can piece this together again, it'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here it goes. Pretty sure. Oh, there it is. Bam. Winner. It has got blood on it. I don't like that. There, it fits like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But, hey guys, get a load of this. What is it? This piece you just attached? It's different from the others. What do you mean it's different from the others? There's a reddish line on it. A reddish line. That's blood. I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in his safe? Unstable jar updated in the court record. Too bad I don't get to see. Oh, hello. Oh, the drawing. She must have done this drawing. I wonder what this is. It looks like someone drew some kind of sketch here. What is it? Did you find something? I can't make it out. I'd better keep quiet about it for now, huh? Oh, it's nothing. Why are your eyes moving about like that, Mr. Wright? I better not forget about this picture. So, she said that she sketched out what happened, but it wasn't good enough, right? Is this the sketch she made? I think this might have been the sketch she made, actually. Let's see. 27 male, February 19th, between 7 p.m. and 7:30. Caused death, single stab wound, piercing heart and lung. Died from blood loss in under 10 minutes. Weapon found and wound was missing tip. Yeah, and see, that's the jar. I would wager to guess that the sword here might have actually been the one that was the murder weapon. Hey, look here. It's hard to make out, but there's a dark red stain here. Looks like blood. This piece, yeah, let's see. Or spots. This one's a line. How do you get stabbed in the heart and die from blood loss? Well, it sounds like the weapon stayed in the... was not removed, so it just bled around it. But you would think that the stab to the heart would just kill you immediately. Someone get edgy to get a new autopsy. Well, the body's like 2 years old at this point. That's on. That's... No, it looks like someone tried to write something. Like, that line is not just like a spatter. Like, I'm trying to think, because it could be a Japanese character, it could be a letter on its side, a number. Let's start to a number. That's what the chief was reading before, isn't it? You know, when we first came in here, yeah. It looks like the right side of the form's been torn off, so Mr. Edgeworth's list really was only half of the whole thing. Something else is bugging me more than that. Take a look at the back of the form, pal. The back, yeah. Boom. Do we get more? Okay, so we don't get... Okay, so we don't actually get to discuss this. Okay, cool. Love that for us. Let's try something else. I feel a lot better now that this jar is complete. But it only raises another question. What was a piece of it doing in the chief's safe? More importantly, why wasn't there any money in there? Isn't that what safes are for anyway? I have a feeling the outcome of tomorrow's trial just might hinge on this. Yeah. Especially since it looks like someone tried to write on it. Alright, there's nothing else I could talk to you about here. So let's go back to criminal affairs. Let's go back to the entrance. Let's go all the way to the prosecutor's office, to Edgeworth. Hey, sir. Can I see the other half of this? Sir! Why are you like this? Why are you like this? Oh my g- Sir, I just want to see the other side of your list. Why are you like this? Sir, why are you like this? You. What can you tell me about this? I don't have anything else to say to you. Shush. Shush! We could try going back to the detention center, talking to Lana. Hello, ma'am. Actually, do we have anything to talk to you? Okay, yeah. Nope, stop that. I want to know whether there's only... Attorneys and prosecutors have no business showing evidence outside court. It's taboo, especially when the interests of both parties are involved. You are my clients! You are my clients! You are not prosecuting this! Ma'am. Shush. Why is she like this? Why are they all like this? Alright. Nothing new? Okay, cool. So, actually, you know what? I've noticed that defense attorneys have a tendency to want to show people- man. I wanted to show you the picture on the back. Be like this? Fine. Okay. So, Lana doesn't have... Okay, so with the new evidence, Lana has nothing to say. I don't think anything out here has actually changed. Oh, you know what? You know what? I wonder. Where's my freaky spray? Where is it? Hello. Aha! Whoa, this area must have been covered in blood. Is this from that incident? It must be. When Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. 2 years have passed, so the reaction's kind of dull, so a murder really did take place here. We're gonna just check the rest of everything here. So I want to see if anything weird pops up somewhere. Alright, cool. Let's see, you have nothing new to talk about. Okay, that's it. That's the King or Prosecutor Award that Mr. Etchworth got the other day. Were you at the award ceremony? Of course, pal. I got an award for diligence myself. Say, this design's based on the old Chinese parable, right? Yeah, everyone knows that. There was this, dragon. Yeah, that's it, a dragon. He had a thing for shields. See? That's not exactly the version we heard. No, but this one sounds more exciting. Anyway, it gets kind of gory after that. I'll spare you the details. Okay, cool. That tells me nothing. Wait, no, there's been updated evidence. What else got updated? This got updated. Oh, this got updated. This knife belongs to the murderer, Joe Dark, right? You bet. If it wasn't for that piece of evidence, he wouldn't have been found guilty. The broken tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. Ever since that case was solved, this knife's been in Goodman's locker. How could it have possibly gotten into Mr. Edgeworth's car? Not only that, but it was wrapped in Lana's scarf. What's even more mysterious is whether that's called a scarf or a muffler. Answer me that, pal! I don't begin to know what to tell you. Interesting that we didn't actually fill this in. Alright, and then I think that's everything here. Let me try presenting this picture. If I'm fired, I won't be able to give you any information, so that's why I have to get it all out of my system now, you understand? Don't be so negative. Who am I feeling? Etc. and so forth. Gotta stay positive. Cool. Okay, yeah. So that's his, I don't have anything to tell you about anything. Very cool. So that's all of that. Let's see. We already know this is Marshall's. Let's see. Blood traces. I wish we could like dust this for fingerprints, but it doesn't really matter because it's been like a while. Nothing new with you. Let's try talking to Star. So here to here. I wonder, do you have anything to tell me about Zeus? Nope, nothing to tell me. Come on, shush. Or what about this? Okay, cool. Love this for me. What about this? No? Cool. Although I do think this might wind up being useful for this phase of the case. You have nothing to tell me about the vase. Okay, cool. And then I'm pretty sure I've already checked other things with you, right? Yeah, I've checked this with you. We could try. Wouldn't hurt if you put this up somewhere like on a shelf. That has no meaning for me anymore. What do you mean anymore? That's who I was last year. What good is it to dwell on the past? He's asking me why can't he just accept it graciously? Actually, something's been troubling me about this shield. Look, you notice anything different? Different? Yeah, don't you remember the other shield in the court record? I guess I'd better present this other shield. Yeah, I think we've already talked about it, and that's how we got the parable, the Chinese parable about, like, the weapons. Shush! No, I do need you to tell me. Come on now. Come now, Wright. You can't seriously expect me to just sit down and chat with you about the case over a cup of tea. This isn't related to the case, remember? You said so yourself. So I did. Chief Gant gave this to you that day, didn't he? He asked you to bring it here for the police department. The chief is a very competent man, but sometimes he does things that don't make any sense. At least it's better than being incompetent and doing things that don't make sense. A certain detective comes to mind. Amazing. I think he gets mad, yeah. He gets grumpy with us there, and then I'm pretty sure he gets grumpy with us with the rest of it. Because I think we've tried the rest of it. There's nothing really else to bring up with him. I don't believe. Let's make sure we've exhausted all of our talking. Yeah, there's nothing new there. Let's see. Yeah, because we've talked to her. She has nothing to say to us. Well, actually... Yeah, that's fine. You know what? I wonder... Hey, yo, Gumshoe. Who are you? What can you tell me about the screwdriver? Anything? Fire, okay, fine. Fine! We get it! We get it! Oh, that's not what I wanted. Oh my god, there's like so much evidence. There's just so much evidence. Oh my god. Dude's desk, dude's armor, dude's window, dude's floor, her desk, her stuff, that picture. There's blood on the floor over here. We've already established the window. Let's see. So this is new evidence list. Was ripped in half, so this part is all I've got. Edgeworth won't give us the other half, either because he just doesn't have it. Refuses to, let's see. Let's see. Autopsy report. Weapon found in wound was missing tip, but the tip was also allegedly found in the wound. Which is interesting. Because what would have broken the tip of the knife in his chest? Like, it stabbed through a heart, well, his heart and a lung. So, like, he would have had to have, like, broken it on, like, a rib. Which, I don't think you would have done unless that knife was already super brittle. Right? What, am I, like, losing my mind on, like, the knife? Actually, give me that back. Give me the vase back! I wanna see something. I'm sorry, why is it... This thing doesn't have a bottom, that's weird. I wonder what side is up. Better yet, what's the purpose of a bottomless jar? Assuming it is steel, yes. Okay. At least it doesn't collect dust inside? I mean, it would. But yeah, why is this bottomless? Why does this have no bottom? I mean, it's pretty safe to assume that this is the correct way up. Also, this looks like it's broken, maybe? Yeah, this looks like a broken handle. Over here. Because that looks like one of these. But yeah, so, why is it open at the bottom? What is the meaning, if anything? Interesting. Because we do know from that... Actually, wait a minute. Okay, yeah, no, it is the same pattern. But yeah, no, that is the correct way up. Because that's it in the picture. Although it would have to be a really cheap knife to break the entire tip. Yeah, and I mean, we don't know how cheap this knife is, but yeah, no, it broke that tip pretty well, and the metal looks pretty thick. Like, as far as knives go. Like, I've seen, like, most of the knives I've run into are thinner than this. Like, look at that. Using a Tamu-ad knife! As if it was a cheap trophy never meant for use? Yeah, that's more likely. Although, that particular one... So, although, I will say... The thing with... Here, I'll use this one. So, the thing with this particular knife is that it never had a tip to begin with. But yeah, no, this would definitely be cheap enough to fake a broken tip for. Especially if you're already forging evidence. But they do actually have a blood-covered knife. With a broken tip. But I'd be inclined to think that this is the actual murder weapon. And that they forged the blade of the switch... Well, like and they forged the switchblade to actually look like this one. 'Cause, actually... Now, it could just be the way that they draw broken knives, but... This looks like a very similar break. Now, I can't get it... actually, that's probably as close as it's getting to the right angle. Actually... no, stop. Yeah, see? It's a very similar break. So, someone who's not paying close enough attention to the evidence could theoretically see this break. This is some Riddler level of ego going on here. Yeah. Yeah. Cause see, look at that break. Look at that break on the or the quote-unquote break on the fake sword on the trophy. They're very, very similar. Like, look at that. Look at that! Honestly, for a moment there, like, because of the... Huh. Let's see if it's a new edition. Because that picture was taken over here with this. So this here, all of this, these two vases in the safe, are replacing this lad, who for whatever reason was faced one of the handles to the wall for reasons unknown. But yeah, no. Honestly, for a moment there, I thought this was going to be maybe the murder weapon, because it like shows up here, and it's also like the right color. IDK, that statue's knife looks kind of pointy. Yeah, the armor knife is kind of pointy. And what's interesting is this cape is very similar to her scarf. But she actually did confess to losing her scarf. Or like misplacing it. So honestly, it could have, so that probably was actually her scarf. But yeah, no. I'm basically just trying to figure out what I'm missing here. Because someone has something to say, or I have something I need to find. And I'm not quite sure what it is. Because no one wants to talk about just about anything. And I have run out of things to talk about. Yeah, because this is going to tell me to check the back. Yeah, take a look at the back of the form, and then we go in and we check the back of the form, and that's where we find the picture, but it refuses to let us actually talk to Emma about the sketch on the back for some reason, which bothers me greatly. And then he refuses to talk to us about the autopsy, but to be fair, we already got all of the information we were probably getting out of him anyway, because he's the one who handed us the autopsy report to begin with. And then he has no information on that picture outside of what he tells you when you find the picture over there. I've been setting up on those files. There's something wrong with Mr. Edgeworth's presentation to think people are accusing him of injustice. I, for one, am buying it, pal. You're looking into the case for Mr. Edgeworth? Ooh, hello. Yeah, it was a pretty big deal while it was going on, you know. After all, a serial killer was on the loose, but Lana was pretty clear in her confession. She forged evidence in order to prove Joe Dark guilty. Yeah, and he has nothing to do with the tape, but the tape's old, so I'm not surprised. Can't believe Officer Marshall would do such a thing. You know Officer Marshall? Of course I do! He was like a mentor to me when I first started out. He even gave me a small cactus. Really? He said, Dick, she'll listen to all your troubles. Now it's a self-detective gumshoe talks to a cactus. Hard to believe he's just a patrolman now. Someone ought to trade places with him. Oh, why are you looking at me like that? Alright, and then he feels better now that the drive is complete. What was the piece doing in the safe? Why wasn't there money in the safe? No locker can be opened without a fingerprint match. Besides, there's no reason for the murderer to touch his own locker. Hey, wasn't your locker the one with the blood on it, detective? The handprint on the real murderer's gloved hand without any fingerprints? Shh. If they come to arrest me, you'll defend me, won't you? If that happens, I think you'll do better pleading with Edgeworth. Amazing. Yeah. That's not what I wanted. Although... nothing in the gloves. This whole 9/11. I guess this is another piece of evidence from the case. You know, I never did care for the word tag. It's confusing. Oh yeah, that's right. That's when she's like, she goes on her little rant about things you can, like, confuse the word tag for, and it's like, ma'am? Are you dumb? Alright. Stop that. Oh yes. Blood, blue badger, statue, thing. Oh, lost item report, huh? Very impressive. Detective, you knew what it was right off the bat! Well, I am a master of misplacement, you know. That has such a cool ring to it. The way I see it, if things are meant to be lost, then they're meant to be lost. There's a higher power at work there. Wow, a higher power. Maybe I shouldn't let Emma hold any evidence. Oh no! And then he doesn't know anything about the screwdriver. I know what that that is. So you want to take some fingerprints? That's a great idea, detective. All right, let's go to town. What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that? Go ahead. Take my fingerprints. Oh. So we're taking your fingerprints? Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. We're talking about that cloth we found. Oh, there we go. Ha-ha! Yes. Oh my god, sir. We did it. Sprinkle the powder. And away we go. Hi. I was like, I knew we were missing something. It's just a matter of getting it to actually work. I don't know why I didn't try that sooner, to be perfectly honest. Considering this was probably the only way to actually, like, get to that cloth. We're going to do this kind of extra wide, because this is, for whatever reason, this is, like, very precise. For being something that's about dropping a bunch of powder down on something. Like, if I was to use this much powder in real life for dusting for fingerprints, I'd probably be wasting it. Oh god. Kind of result won't be any good for matching prints. But it doesn't look like we'll get a clearer result from this print. Let's try a different finger. Yeah, let's try a different one. Let's try this one. Ba-ba-ba. Come on. Actually, okay, yeah, this is gonna be the print. This is gonna be the one. Yes. I was gonna say, okay, wow, okay, so this is not a Gantt print. No, not Meekins, not Marshall. It's very similar to Goodman's, but not quite. Very similar to Gumshoes, but not quite. It's definitely not her. Oh no. Oh no. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. Emma. How can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they? It seems they're too old. Hey, you over here. What's going on here? What are that kid's prints doing inside the chief's safe? Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now. Here, maybe you should hold on to this. Piece of cloth folded and added to the court record. Well, was I any help? Of course! Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. Now, that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in the coat? Oh no. Chief Gant! We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in science. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then, I thought of a certain detective. You mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave. Yes, sir, sorry. Oh, you in the coat. Me, sir? Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. Sir. I would not try pleading your case. Now get out. Yes, sir. No, Gumshoe! We'll be back. We'll be on our way too then. Wait, you, the one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet. Me, sir? I'd like a word with you. But sir, you with the spiky hair, you're free to go. Why is he calling me the one with the spiky hair? Mr. Wright? What happened to calling us Righto? What happened to calling us Righto? Look, pal, if I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times, the chief's office is off limits, but no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it. Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture, but why has she kept eerily silent about it all this time? Anyway, you listening to me? I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal. After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day. I don't like that at all. I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing, not a single useful thing. Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. No. I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. That was my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. Let's go! I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No, I think you're afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, who, may I ask, is this person you're speaking of? The one I am supposedly so frightened of. What is this person's name? Take that! Well, Miss Sky? Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place. I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, you, but also one other, Damon Gant. If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case. I just found this in a safe in the chief's office. This jar piece, and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him? Touché, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmised. I cannot disobey the chief's orders, even if it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate in the murder of Detective Goodman. Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body. Has fake blackmail, then Emma killed the guy? Maybe. The murder weapon, you mean Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it. The knife from the SL9 incident, serial killer Joe Dark's knife. I couldn't just leave that knife in it. So I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. That would be Edgeworth's knife? That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. And that is the reason for the bandage on your right hand? Yes, it seems that I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then... she saw me just as I plunged the knife in. Miss Star, huh? Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that, by whatever means possible. So, you hid Dark's knife? The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it, in Edgeworth's exhaust pipe. Right. Then I called my sister to tell her what happened and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma? I didn't want anyone in the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma is so confident about Lana's innocence. So Gant is threatening to punish Emma for the murder if Lana doesn't stay silent and admit guilt. Quite possibly. Oh, it's such a mess. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. A bad feeling? The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least, I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Oh, you mean, not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room. Wait, but you found Emma's prints on the cloth. Could it be a trap? Well, the thing is that it could be... well, we're thinking it's fake blackmail. So we already know that Gant was hiding and or otherwise manipulating evidence, right? So he could be holding on to a piece of fabric that has her prints on it so that he could then, if she doesn't play ball, try claiming that Emma killed, you know, like took the knife from Dark and then just murdered Neil Marshall. But honestly, it's hard to say precisely what the plan there was, other than Gant was trying to basically silence that entire investigative team. You know, Goodman was killed, Marshall was demoted, and basically removed from anywhere that would, you know, give him any influence. Star was fired. She was moved entirely out of the police department entirely. So it's very easy to keep it quiet when all of the pieces are scattered to the wind. And then, of course, he also knows that her sister was a witness, as was she. So you could easily, you know, leverage Emma against Lana. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now, please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. Tomorrow's trial, there's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murderer. And what went down in the Chief's office 2 years ago. And then it should be going into the trial. Yep. Final day. Alright, this is it. Defendant lobby number 2. This is the defendant lobby, alright, but there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Edgeworth? Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 777-7777 ID number is, that is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True, not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes right, and Chief Prosecutor Skye will be found guilty. But she didn't do it. I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth? Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, right? This is it. If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now. Also, man, I hope there's a Phoenix Wright game where we get to actually, like, team up with Edgeworth, because I feel like the two of them work well together. Especially since he tends to have very, like, defense attorney vibes in some of these cases. The defense is ready. The prosecution is ready. Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Edgy is a team player. He is. Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, Edgy, been back to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I could top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? I don't like this. I don't like this one bit. Lana, that is to say, the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. Absolutely not! As her attorney, I say no! What's this all about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request and I'll be finished. Well then, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh? I confess to all charges. No! Absolutely not. I am your attorney. I say no. I object. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. No, Lana. No, absolutely not. You did no such thing. Objection. You can't. Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. Lana. Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please. The defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. No. It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. The court finds the defendant.
Objection!
Edgeworth objected. Yes. One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth? The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut? Don't like that. I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes? Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. Oh my god. How to get pasta sauce off the ceiling? Would you accept a broom with a towel over it? I see that a lot. Power washer. With the sudden confession from the lick it. Oh my god, power washer. Okay, power washer might be a bit much. Lick it would probably taste horrendous. With a sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh, to whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Very well. The court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant? Worthy, you'll live to regret this. Mark my words. Especially since my power washer is 3,000 PSI. Oh my god. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. I love this. I love this for us. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma Skye. My occupation, I'm Lana's little sister and I want to be a scientific investigator. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that though. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is this an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that irrelevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Well, okay then. You sure gave it fast. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. You can do this, Emma. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead the truth. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. Let's go. Let's go. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. It's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much. That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination. Okay, so I'm gonna press everything. 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct? Yes. She was second in command under the then Deputy Chief of Police Gant. My sister, she was the best detective ever. Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Skye used to be quite the pair. I mean, Phoenix, you interviewed a pair last case. Exactly! I believe they shared the same office. That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day too. The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day. Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work. A man came running in and took me hostage. A man? Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer. Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest. When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right? Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Sky and Gant's office. There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him. Neil Marshall rescued me. What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were two people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Almost forgot about Gant. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. You know, maybe we should do the Capone method again for wasting taxpayer money on that organ. Maybe. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony. I assume that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark. When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead. And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in. I don't clearly remember what happened then, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instance. Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. Just then, the lights went out. The lights? It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby. So the electricity went out. Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right? Right, but just then lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind. I see. I told the detective about what I saw then. The detective? Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of that case. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago? Yes. That's what's so scary about this trial. You told Detective Goodman about what you saw? Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. A picture? Yes, I think she mentioned that before. Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough? I want to ask about the picture. This picture the witness drew. I believe it has very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. Well, it has not been lost. Oh, I should have gone the other way. Yeah. It's on the back of this. Mr. Edgeworth. This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence. Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold, this is the evidence list for the SL9 incident. Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over, turn it... Ah! What's this? Yes, what is that? Hey, that's it. That's the picture I drew. Indeed. Two men appear to be wrestling here. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. Huh? These lists, they're different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half the evidence in that case ever reached you. What? What? He's like blowing a gasket. Love this. Order, order. But Ms. Sky, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list? Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor, are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth. It's possible. Let's see. Oh, he never flipped it over. Is something wrong? Do you even have to ask? Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing. Oh my god. That's that thing. it's true. Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper. Evidence list restored and updated in the court record. Look at it. Oh my god. Although, that does make me... Actually, wait a minute. So... if that's supposed to be the window... Actually, wait. That also kind of looks a little like the design along the edge of the window, no? Just not in the right place? Interesting. Will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago? Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at that picture. Ooh. I'm just gonna toss down a save right here. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder Prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Or does it? Did you draw this picture right after the incident? I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything. During the time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge under the direction of Damon Gant and Lana Skye. 2 or 3 days later, the memory should still have been fresh in her mind. Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black? The flash of lightning was so bright all I could see were shadows. Fair enough. So at the time, you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue. No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright and I was knocked to the floor. You were knocked to the floor? Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed. Poor Emma, I'm just glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after the lightning flashed? Must have fainted. You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place? No, I'm sorry. The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further? What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here. Anyway, this picture, it shows exactly what I saw in that instant. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Of course, this is the exact scene. It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives. Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not. I'd better watch out or he might find some way to cut my salary. I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detective, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me. Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture, huh? Oh, well, that's strange. She claims that this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind, and yet there's clearly a contradiction here. I need like a big version of this. So this is how she saw it. She had to have been between the window and the desk, then no, in order to see it. But we also don't know where precisely this took place. No, there's something wrong here. But what? I'm trying to... I wish there was like a better look at this. Like there's something wrong with this. So knife up in left hand. Let's see, what does the autopsy report finial say? Stabbed in the back. That looks like stabbed in the front to me, no? Am I dumb? I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture of the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. Okay, I am right, okay. But I still remember it just like it was yesterday. Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy? I guess here? Okay, so that's... It's because the drawing stinks. How could you? The act of making an innocent girl cry should worth the death penalty. I guess it means I should shift the blame to others. No, it says stabbed in the... Because the autopsy report says he was stabbed in the back, right? But this is like the front. Right? So how do I get the front? Okay. While they're talking. Let's see. Single stab wound, piercing heart, lung, Seriously? Okay. I swear, it's going to... This is going to be the death of me. Because what part... Because, like, the contradiction is that this indicates that, you know, whoever this is going to get stabbed in the chest from the front, not from the back. But actually going for the chest here just gets us yelled at and basically wished the death penalty for making her cry. So I'm not entirely sure what it's looking for here. Because I'm going to wind up losing. The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. Okay. If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken. I guess that's a broken tip. Honestly, I thought it was just like some creative liberties, but whatever. Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright, but Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip's broken too. If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body. It was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. Objection! And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken. What's the meaning of this? Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there. That's right, but what's mean? Oh, the objection fest! The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence. You're treading on thin ice, right? All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No. Oh, God. Order, order, order. Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted? Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story, there is a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being two broken knives? Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's? Could there have been one? There is another one. If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by a simple observational error. Mr. Wright? In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume then that you have some information about this other broken knife. If so, please feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon is going to get a save right here, so we don't have to go through that whole song and dance again. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. I think we have to go through this picture to get it. Yeah, the answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here inside this picture. This is a picture of the award ceremony. Edgeworth just realized what we did. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding. We did it. That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. Order, order, order. Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. But that can't be. Oh? And why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors award knife was the murder weapon, then a murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising the knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. Oh. But the prosecutor was the one who actually died. That's true. What's going on here? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Wait, I remember now. I remember everything. Witness? Mr. Edgeworth. What is it? Could you show me your evidence list again, please? His list? This one with that picture scribbled on the back? I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it. What? You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. I'm sorry, what? All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me. Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you've recalled, Miss Skye? Yes, Your Honor. First the knife mix-up and now the blue badger? This should be interesting. Yeah, now I'm wondering how the blue badger comes into this. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed toward both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. How would you have seen the blue badger 2 years ago if... Like, they've literally just been working on it within, like, the last year. This is certainly most unusual. Try impossible. The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until last year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Yes, well, the defense may... Stop, please. Don't pursue this any further. What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair. But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Sky. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Silence! The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. It seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. Yeah, she's getting very antsy. When I saw that man raise his knife, just going to press everything. When you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark. Yes, at least I think it was him. You think? All I could really see were shadows. The power outage that immediately preceded the incident is also documented in the prosecutor's office reports. So then you panicked. Why would you do something so dangerous? What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall. She seems convinced that Dark was the one holding the knife. But as we've just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife. Well, I didn't know that at the time. And that Dark guy knocked me down. All I could think was, I've got to help that other person. What do you mean you think? It all happened so fast and I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly, but what I did, it's all kind of a blur. Miss Sky was almost killed before she was witness to a murder about to take place. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural. I saw the man about to stab the other person, who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife. What you did was very brave, young girl, so then what happened next? Just then, there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. Are you sure about this? Of course, see? I even drew a picture of him here. But it was the chief of detectives who thought up this hideous beast. And that was just this year. The blue badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is quite verifiable. I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him somewhere before. Now I finally remember. Oh, brother, just when you thought that thing had caused enough commotion. Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing? He wasn't in the room, just a shadow. His shadow? You mean you didn't actually see his face with its winning smile and all? That's right, but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy words. This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken. That may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh, and I suppose you have an explanation, so if so, then by all means tell us what this shadow really is. Oh, it's... Oh, I know, I know what it is now. Oh. I know what it is now. Oh, I know what it is. Come on, let me. Please, I need to show. Okay. You can't see it very well, but just think. 1, 2, 3. This one's broken off, so you can't really see it very well. But if I was capable of turning this better, you know, give it a little bit of a, you know, fuzzy remembrance when you're trying to draw. What does this look like? The mysterious blue badger was in fact this. But that's, what exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of jar. But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger. Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint? Our viewpoints? I've got to show them the correct angle. I guess this is technically it. Or I guess... everything about this. Oh, wait. Okay. Yeah, it's technically... Yeah, because I don't think there's any... Yeah, because I don't think there's any angle where it, like, properly looks like the blue badger. So I'm just going to... This is right. I've got to make it look more like the blue badger. Allow me to remind the defense escape. Yeah, vertically a bit more or horizontal? Come on. Alright. So there is apparently an angle where this works. Ow! I'm stupid. This is very precise. I hate everything. I hate everything. That's not precise. This isn't precise enough, is it? Oh wait, no. That might actually work. Actually, or maybe there. Ha! Second try. Second try. This is very precise. We got there. No one can possibly deny this jar resemblance to the blue badger. I hate everything. No, it can't be. I hate everything about that. Thankfully, it seems... I don't know if that was the controls for this when it originally came out, but I'm very glad they give you, like, more precise controls for rotating that jar. Because that's suffering. The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this. Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? I also got that second try, but I always see people complain about it. Understandable. Understandable. Because that jar is miserable. Oh, no. Guess literally everyone else is just bad at this game. I wouldn't go so far as to call me good, to be fair. I'm just very exacting. What do you mean? So that badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed. Very well then. Please tell us, what's different now that we know that the witness saw this jar? The location, the murder weapon, the murderer. So we don't have to do that jar puzzle again. So... what does the jar tell us? So... oh, I mean, it changes where in the room it happened. I don't think it changes the murder weapon. I don't think it changes the murderer at all. Yeah, I don't think this changes murderer. Let's see. Because this jar... that's not what I wanted. So this jar was originally on the thing by Gant's desk, right? So... it has a broken handle. And I don't think the handle would have done anything. Let me see. Yeah, so it's got a broken handle here. That came off at some point. I think this is a blood splat. Well, this part of this is a blood splat from the stab. Now, this line is a lot more deliberate, but I don't know what it could possibly be. But I think this changes where in the office it might have been. Unless, so, it only changes location. Wait, so, I wish I had like a floor plan of the office. But, okay, so, you have, so, facing into the organ. You have the organ in the middle of the room. To the left, you have all of Lana's old stuff. You have her desk, her window. You have, you know, all of her shelves, the picture from, like, the amusement park trip. And then on the other side of the room, on the right side of the room, you have Gant's desk, you have his suit of armor, you have that china cabinet, and what used to be the vase, well, the jar, which has since been replaced with vases and a safe, right? So this tells us either two things. Well, so this tells us that instead of, well, this tells us that when Dark and whoever the other person was, we assume Marshall, came running into the room, instead of going to a window and like having this happen in front of a window, like directly in front of a window, this was in front of that china cabinet. And she was at an angle where when that jar fell, it looked like the blue badger. So that would have had to have been at Gant's desk. But it doesn't require it to have been... No, it does require it to have been Gant, because there had to have been a detective. And... yeah, no, Gant had to have been there. Well, Gant or Lana... Actually, Lana claimed she was first one to the scene, but that she was first there afterward. To get into Gant's office. What if it didn't fall? Well, the thing is that it's an unstable vase. So, it's an unstable jar. And we can prove that this is right side up by looking at this picture. So, it's very so we know it was broken at the scene, right? When Marshall was killed, because we find it in the evidence locker smashed, and its hole here, we've established that it's unstable. I mean, it was thrown. I mean, it could have been thrown, but I don't see why you would throw it. No one was injured by a thrown jar. Like, the cause of death is very much a stab wound to the back, which that jar could not have done. None of the pieces to the jar look like they would have. So when we were assembling the jar, none of the edges had blood on them. That line, that one that looks almost like the start of an M, that was actually like in the middle of a piece. Like, that's not an edge. But someone was knocked out. Well, so Emma fainted, and from what we can tell, or at least from what we have heard, as Marshall was dying from the stab wound, he seems to have decked Dark as one of his last acts. Now, granted, could he have jostled the jar off the china cabinet? Yeah, but he was in no state to be throwing things. He was probably barely standing, judging from the picture. Like, judging off this picture, if that's him on the ground, if he's the one kneeling, if he's this one here, then he would not have been standing after he got stabbed. He would not have been able to throw that vase because the handles are so far up. Now, actually, let me see that again. So, yeah, no, it looks more like it's falling in like the foreground. So, say you have the china cabinet thing. Okay, so you have these two fighting in a window. China cabinet over here. They're like the vibrations caused by them fighting sends the jar toppling off of the thing. Emma would have to be somewhere in the middle of the room to have witnessed it from this exact angle. Now, if this is Neil, but yeah, no, I'm inclined to think it fell, just because of the perspective here, and assuming things are drawn to scale. But because this room is only opened by detectives, Marshall is not a detective. Lana showed up later, which means the only detective that could have been here is the... Gant threw it at the murderer before Marshall could stab him, then Gant stabbed him in the back. I mean, maybe. But honestly, I think it's just the murder. Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of the jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gant. But the body was found lying near Alana Skye's desk. The witness testified so herself. Yes, and it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Skye's office. It happened on the other side of the room in Chief Gant's office. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Skye's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Do you know what the reason was, Mr. Wright? I finally figured it out, so this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now, tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have to have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit? A suit of armor holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword. Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Yes, there is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility. Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless. I don't know if I can go through with this. I think you can. What's the matter? If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Skye knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Emma technically killed him? You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? But that doesn't explain the rest of it. And she faints. No, okay. I never imagined her testimony would lead to this, so it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented. What are you saying? I'm sorry, Ms. Skye, but given the circumstances, Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't. Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence. If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. We certainly can't get dead people to testify. This is true. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Edgeworth? Touché, Miss Sky. Of course. That only leaves us with one possibility. Evidence has never stopped anyone in this court. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean, the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. In one manner or another. That's impossible. Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist? Gotta think back to the court record. The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind. So her handprint is on this fabric. We don't know what this is. And then this looks like the start of an M here on the broken vase. But like, that's probably the closest thing to a name we've got, to be perfectly honest. Cause nothing else here. Now let's see. Names that start, let's see, Miles, Emma, Damon Gant, Mike, Meekins, Joe Dark, Neil, Marshall, deceased. I can sort of see it. I mean, it could be the start of a lot of letters, is like the problem. Because this could be an E, this could be an M. This could be the start of a really funky D for Damon. Doesn't really work that way, I don't think. It could be upside down, like, I don't know, an L. Trying to be an L. But there is a reason this piece here, let's see. The dark red, yeah, no, that's trying to be an M. No, like, look how it's smeared. So it goes up, down, and then that end, this end here is smeared. Time to save scum? Probably, yeah. I am not above safe scumming, but no. Look how it's smeared. So up, down, smear. It wasn't like someone was trying to like get rid of it. Like, this is a very deliberate start to a name. But like, who? Oh, to the left of it? Oh, this over here? Oh, heck. No, because this is all just, like, spatter. This is all just spatter. This is the only thing that actually even comes close to forming a letter. I'm pretty sure we do have to say that it... I mean, that would... I see what Woodman is saying. It does look like an E. I guess. This message from the deceased is already in our possession. Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? Do not be mistaken, Miss Sky. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek, the truth. No matter how painful it may be. Well, I mean, it has to be on the vase. Because it's the only thing that even comes close to looking like it has a message on it. This is the message left by the deceased. This is that blue badger from before, right? Oh, is he going to just speak the killer's name? If that thing could, I'm sure it would. Looks like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. A message was left here on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. It looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice, for some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. Yes, there is a line here drawn in blood. So what you're saying is that these dots were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away. But blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will appear apparent. Oh no. What kind of message did the victim leave for us? Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us an answer. We've got to connect these dots to make letters. There's only one thing the victim would have written given these circumstances: his murderer's name. Yeah. This is very finicky. Oh, this doesn't connect. Wait. That doesn't connect. This doesn't connect to anything. Oh, that's... or maybe it doesn't need to. It's solid enough. Yeah, I guess it looks good enough. Come on, go. Take that! It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. Of all people, she may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye. Seaworthy? Can't say I didn't warn you. Chief Gant, do you understand the implications of what you've done? What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? Ugh. Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. Objection! But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer, that's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know we aren't defenders of justice? What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery, ultimately the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. What's going on? The prosecutor's office may have sent an innocent man to his death. How can he? Oh no. Order, 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 order! Oh no. But no, Gant wanted this. The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where the trial is headed, no one knows. But no, Gant wanted that. Gant wanted that so bad. Do we have another day to prove Joe is guilty and then another to wrap up the trial? No, this is final day. So we're going to have to just... So we'll have trial ladder to wrap it up. Everything that... Basically, the only way to end this well for basically anyone is right here, right now. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Hi. Hi, Gumshoe. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Gumshoe, please. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You've got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty, and to top it all off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. I take Alana's having you run errands again. Let me tell you, pal, this is the last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give you this give this to you if there was a break in today's trial. Evidence law. Evidence law? Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day. You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. And then what's the second rule? The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. Message? She said if you're planning to take him on, you're going to need this book. I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. Evidence law. Explains the 2 rules of evidence law. Oh, if we're gonna take on Gant, we're gonna have to know evidence law. Oh no. All this stuff now is the chief prosecutors. Show me. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Oh, that's all we get? Okay, cool. Oh, I guess it's so we can just shove it in his face. That's where you're wrong, detective. Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why, I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat, despite all these allegations being thrown at me? Mr. Edgeworth, the real trial today hasn't begun yet. What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Skye found out she unwittingly caused a man's death, and now you're telling me you want to do more? You've got to be kidding me, pal. You're missing the point, detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? And we're going to expose him, no matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. This is going to be awful. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. The inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Thank you for the news, Your Honor. And he's like, you know what? If I'm going down swinging. Let's go. Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness, but, this isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have, struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witnesses? I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone has been talking, and very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. A solution. That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses. What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing. Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Well, Mr. A, what do you say? Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well, the defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. Then it's settled. The defense may now call forth the next witness. Mr. A, you do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. The defense calls... I'll just save this, just so we don't have to go through all of the talking from earlier. The time's finally come to bring out the real murderer. Take that. Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand. Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything? As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? Oh, this is going to be good. All right, bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this, some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball, eh? Please, Mr. Gantz. Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police. Why is he acting? Usually that means you're temporary. So, would he not just be the police chief? Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, right. Oh, what's with the grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. There are still some things unaccounted for. Oh, like what? Like the role you played in all of this. Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Sure. Take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true? I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify. Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Very well. The witness may now begin his testimony. We're gonna boil him. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. The power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Said when Dark was arrested. Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Dark bumped his head. I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut. If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify, then I'd bet him hit him hard and fast. Alright. So, I'm assuming if we push him too hard, he just clams up? As I recall, a ceremony was held at the police department that day. Yes, that's right. I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neil was all fired up too. That's probably what spooked Dark and made him run away like that. Was the defendant Lana Skye also present in the room? I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Dark ran for it. So the two of you ran immediately after him, right? That's right, but Dark made it to the elevator first, so Neil and I... Wait a minute, whoa. He went upstairs and I went downstairs, so I guess you could say he got lucky? What's this about a power outage? Oh, that? The elevator stopped all of a sudden and I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil was when that knife went into his heart, though. That's not funny. Alright, I'm going to toss down a save in case he clams up. Could you tell us what you saw? It was a shocking sight. Neil and the serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together. Dark was also lying collapsed on the floor. Do you know how hard it is for a knife pointed up to stab someone? Very. You'd have to fall on it. And even then, like, it would probably fall over unless it's, like, very well supported. And I doubt that suit of armor has enough stability to actually, like, maintain the knife. And the weight of a body. Yes, apparently he hit his head and was knocked out. Next to them were those two poor girls, Lana and Emma. Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done. How can you know that? Because of the victim's body, it had already been moved. So that means... Well, actually, no, we found blood. You found the body near Lana's desk. That's right. I think you said earlier it was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor. It's like hanging up a coat on a coat rack? Yeah. Except far heavier. And without as much support. Anyway. So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office? That's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt, but moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable no matter what the circumstances. Is that really how it went down? Staring at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. If you're going to stare at anything, it better be... You'd be better off staring at the court record. Worthy, always the smooth talker. But which piece of evidence ties Gant to the forgery? Lana did admit to forging evidence, but that can't be the whole truth. Somehow I've got to link Gant to the incident. So the contradiction is here, but what ties him to it? Honestly, just about anything. To be perfectly honest. We could try this, because it was found in his safe. We could try this as well. Evidence for something, but what? Bears Emma's guy's prints. But then it was also found in the safe. So either one of these we could probably get away with trying. So I'm going to just slot this here. Let's try this, actually. Yeah, the jar's the safe side. You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example. That's that blue badger you showed us earlier. A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk. It was found where? You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation. Also, look at the shape of his hair from the back. Oh, here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admit to it then, that you were involved in the forgery? Who, me? Or do you mean you? Me? Oh, why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. What? If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work. Although, we can use the jar. In light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My, kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. Also, that jar was already part of evidence. That was not us. Let's see, what was it now? A jar, a fragment, and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Yes, it does. Mr. Wright, yes, Your Honor. When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I am the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Ooh. Indeed, I believe I will press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know. Well, alright, Gee. In return, though, I know. That place, right? What are these guys, telepathic? What is... I don't want to know. I don't want to know. For all I know, you could have placed them in my office anyway. You can't prove. Just in case he claims up. I'd appreciate it if you'd stop making these ridiculous allegations. That's not actually a press. You do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that. What? I'll have you know. Back in the day, I once broke into a kettle ranch and... What are you saying? Anyway, you can't prove you didn't carry in the evidence, can you? If you have proof to the contrary, you're going to need it later. Later? What are you talking about? What else? I'm talking about when Rhino's prints are found. Yes, if they're found inside my safe, they would prove his investigation was illegal. I never faced anyone as slimy as this guy. What do you mean by that? This is all purely hypothetical, of course, but suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery. If concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery, I'm not through speaking it, Righto. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered. If they were found after Dirk was convicted, then they're worthless. Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation? It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Dark was sentenced. and wouldn't that be convenient, right? The chief is talking about a possibility. So long as you can't rule that out, your remarks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time. That'll be something I don't know. Come on. Think about it. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. I mean, there is. How can you look me in the eye and say that? Because I'm innocent. Remember? Who was it that murdered Neil? I'm not sure I care for the word murder here, but in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Skye. Well, now do you see? Really, Chief Gant, at the very least, there is one very large benefit you've reaped from all of this. Oh? I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That would be, of course... Oh, that would, of course, be the position you have, Chief of Police. Oh, the resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive. Oh, that's a good one, huh? Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little. Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes, he was going to be made chief anyway. Ugh. Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There, it's out in the open now. Gee, would you mind if I changed my testimony a little? By all means, please do. I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me. Nothing in it for you. Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you'd better think again. You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. Oh, that's a good one, Worthy. Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? Oh, yeah, no. True, you might not help out anyone for their sake, but if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. That's not what I mean. Very well then, who is this person you believe Chief Gant might have helped forge evidence? Take that! Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye, the defendant? I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Skye fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Skye was appointed chief prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant. But how would he profit from all of this? He would be able to use the chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. Do you mean to tell me that despite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? Oh, wait. You must mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind. I've been a chief. You assisted Lana Skye in forging evidence. Your motive to appoint her as chief prosecutor so you could control her. Righto, my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this, that I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I have done such a thing? Lana, she's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant. I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Unless that is also what happened in this incident. This incident? Or which one would that be? Of course, I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Got him. Worthy, you'd better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. So what do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. What? Just blow his mind. Oh, good thing Gant looks good in orange. Order, order, order. I said order. Mr. Wright, you can't be serious. Huh? This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency to accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder? That's impossible. Even the judge is confused. Good. Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier to understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. It looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this. To be fair, Edgeworth has nothing to lose. He's losing his job anyway. Can you prove this, Mr. Wright, that the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder? Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I see. All right, then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got, and it better be good. Show us the evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. I think it's this, actually. This is the ID card list. Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 777-7777. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number. It's yours. What? How do you know that? The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code. 7 digits? You don't mean... I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 777-7777. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Got him! Order, Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense's search of my office was in violation of regulations. And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card. Chief Gant, so you admit it? You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime? What about it? I'm chief of police. Whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom, what's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days. You hadn't seen him in days? Chief Gant, I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt. No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met with the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime. Where is that? Where is it? Has to be submitted to Chief of Police. Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the Chief of Police. Yet you are in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure if he filed it. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to? Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh. Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him? There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Got him. Hold on, let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman. Exactly. But wait, the chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yes, now that you mention it, I believe... Ooh. Edgeworth, sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. Yo! Chief Gant, you didn't! The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police department the entire day, you know. And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time, I thought it was a useless clue just taking up space. How would the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence. To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this. Oh my god, it's just been chilling this entire time. This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body. A screwdriver. But what does that have to do with this case? Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is the screwdriver doing here? It's here because... I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. Yep. He told me he wanted to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office. But you did, because Chief Gant asked you to. You mean The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. Bro, Gant tricked Edgeworth into transporting the body. Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Yes, unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation: to transport the body to your accomplice, Ms. Lana Skye. Order, what's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations? Think back to the photograph Ms. Starr took of the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It was a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Chief Gant, please say something. I believe... Your time's up. My time's up? Sorry, Rado, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're going to make it in time for the early bird special. But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? That is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. So you're going to just run away after all of this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman, that's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well, You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. We will save scum to victory. Well, Mr. Wright, Your Honor, do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Mrs. Sky dispose of his body? Let's see. That was removed at Gant's behest, giving it the current form. You don't? Well, we have the knife that, so we have the knife that Lana stabbed into the body afterward, but that doesn't really show anything. Let's see, there is a call to Emma 518. This is evidence of something, but what? Like this, like these are Emma's prints, yeah, but we don't know what this fabric is to. But yeah, I don't think we have any concrete proof. But like, I have no proof yet. See, my problem is that I'm afraid that if I say I have no proof, it's going to just, well, actually, I have a save, so I can just slam down, I have no proof yet, and then if it quote-unquote game overs, we can always just go back and present evidence, and then just kind of cycle through the things that it could be. I hate to save scum it like that, but like, we could. But, let's see. Because this, well, this was removed at the behest of Gant. That isn't relevant to this specifically, because she never actually won this award, and also that was 2 years ago. We have no, well, there's some roundabout logic on the knife from Edgeworth's trunk, because she said that she, like, the knife that was used to stab Goodman was the actual knife for the murder, was this one. And then she swapped it out for this one, so that, you know, things wouldn't get tied back to SL9, but then it didn't get hidden properly because Emma never swapped out, well, came to get it from the muffler. So we do have options that it could be, that we could theoretically use, but I'm not sure if that's the logic it's trying to get us to use, right? So, like, there's things that would make sense, but if it doesn't make sense in the game's logic, then it doesn't work, right? So, we have a save down. I can't just let him squirm his way out of this. Gotta keep the pressure on, yes. We do have evidence! This is, like, I've always wondered what that smudge on the handle was. Like, what is this? Like, what is this? Whose smudge is this? And also, this blood. How old is it? Because Lana claims this is the knife that was found in Goodman. So I'm gonna try this one. It's proof. As to whether or not it's enough to demonstrate the chief's guilt, I'll let you be the judge. But I am the judge. Oh, right. Well, what do you think, Your Honor? What do I think? So I'm going to be late for lunch. Okay, fine. He's going to be like that. Okay, so I actually have several tries for this, because it's just going to let me use up my bar. Okay, cool. Okay, let's try this one. Take that. Okay, so he's going to reject both of those. That's fine. That's fine. I want to try that piece of fabric, actually. Like, I feel like we do have evidence. Not the What do you mean, not the fabric? Like, it's evidence of something. She said we would actually need this at some point, but why? No, I feel like there's... No, because he wore gloves. That's fine. Meatball, are you... So we've tried both knives. Let's see, Joe Dark's hero murder, sentence death. And prosecutor, witnesses, Damon Gant, Lana Sky. That doesn't do us any good. It better prove Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman beyond a shadow of a doubt. Well, we need to be able to prove it, right? So, theoretically, the SL9 incident files could work because... Okay. Yeah, I don't think he's going to accept it. Yeah. So what I was thinking after, well, before I accidentally submitted it. So basically what I was thinking is, you know, let's see. She was moved out of there, 2 of them were demoted, well, 1 of them was fired, 1 of them was demoted, 1 of them was killed. That clears up all of the loose ends off that case. But... Alright, so that... Neither knife did it. The SL9 files didn't do it. Goodman's autopsy doesn't do it. The list was too circumstantial. The ID card record was too circumstantial. Screwdriver was too circumstantial. Goodman's lost item report was too circumstantial. The vase was in his office later. Well, yeah, the jar was later. Well, technically earlier. Oh, let's see. Yeah, no, I don't think we have anything, because all those things that I can think of that would more logically tie him to it have been run through. Because this is what was used to stab Goodman, according to Lana. This is allegedly the murder weapon. So, and then she swapped this out, allegedly, for this knife, then wrapped this one in her scarf, tossed it in the muffler, and then that was the call. Then where'd the phone go? That's this way. Yeah. And then this is why Lana called Emma to deal with, you know, the thing in the muffler, right? So that's basically everything. Like, this is not relevant because this is more relevant to the Dark case, where, you know, the knife, quote-unquote knife, was removed and then used to stab. That's not relevant anymore. That's not relevant because it wasn't stolen by Gantz. now stolen by Marshall. This doesn't actually do anything. This has Emma's fingerprints on it, but we have no idea what it's for. I feel like we should, though. Like, I feel like we should know what this is. Because, well, no, it was in the safe with... So it doesn't have any sign of blood on it. So it probably isn't something that was used to wipe off Emma's name from the jar. But what is it? It's got her fingerprints on it. But like, what is it? What is this? Let's see, how many tries do I have left? I know, Meatball, I know you're saying not the fabric, but I need... that piece of fabric, what is it? Now... Oh, wait, we don't know when it made it into the safe. We assume it's been in there with the jar, because it's got Emma's fingerprints on it, right? But we don't actually know what it is. Although, as far as we're aware, nothing has gone missing that she's touched. So, what is it? It's like a piece of cloth from something. Let's say it's brown. So it could be from... it could be from what Neil was wearing. In theory. Let me see. Too bad I can't get a bigger shot of what he looks like. So, what is that cloth? That is going to bother me greatly. Because it's evidence of something, but I can't figure out what. And I can't decide if we're supposed to know. So I'm going to just leave the save where it is, and I'm just going to... So you showing evidence I'm not even sure of myself, no, Your Honor, at present. See, Edgy? In that case, this case is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, Righto. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Edgy, I'll leave you to the rest. I want to see where this goes. Well, I mean, if a game overs, then... Oh no, we just go back to the start of that. I already warned you earlier, right? This is an affront. It should just... Objection! Okay, yeah. Maybe we should have a word with her. Thank you, Edgeworth. What do you mean? There's only one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't had the honor of hearing her testimony. Yeah, we need Lana. In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else. One more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Actually, you know what? Yeah, we'll go for it. We've been doing fine. Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today. Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist? She may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor, the defense calls forth. Lana. The defendant, Miss Lana Sky? She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task to dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with a certain someone's orders. Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. Very well. The court will now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now... Who is it now? I thought you were going to eat. Listen good, Lana. He's talking about Lana. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. He's just gonna blatantly threaten her in front of everyone. That's right, your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. Ah, this isn't good. Of course, you'd never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. All right then. I've got a lunch date to meet. Just blatantly threaten her in front of the judge, the prosecutor, and the defense. Okay, if there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess. Blatant blackmail in front of the judge, yeah. And the prosecutor, and the defense attorney, and the jury, and everyone there to watch. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth. That chief, he's something else, eh, pals? Detective Gumshoe. I'm not a detective anymore. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Ah, don't worry about it. I've already decided where to work now. At your office. Oh, he's gonna be a private detective. Sure. I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with. Could he mean Maya? Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gant's done it again. How is it he always gets the upper hand? It's not fair. He has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said. But Chief, that is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. Risks? What did he mean by that? It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. You mean he forfeits his right to say anything too? Emma, are you okay? Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved. Relieved? Yeah. Now I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all just to protect me. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside to force herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do. That must be why she became so cold. It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal. Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now, I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. I see. Well, I'd better get back. It's time for the final act. Emma, why don't you wait No, I'm going with you. I want to be there when Lana tells the truth. Let's go, Wright. It's time to end this. Yeah, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. We've got 30 minutes to get this done. My god. Trial Ladder 2. What a chapter name. What a chapter name. Oh my god. Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, please take the stand? Miss Lana Sky, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years. Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Sky. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth. Of course, the truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant. Everything hinges on your testimony. You are the only chance we have to get Gant. And if we get Gant, he can't hurt you or your sister. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. Are you sure about this testimony? Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense, of course I'm sure. But Lana... If this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this. That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. But what if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Is it really cross-examining if she starts as our witness? How many years exactly? Ever since I made senior detective. Let's see, I was 24 then, so that would be 5 years? Detective Gant and Detective Sky were legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases. She must have been good, coming from the same school as Mia. Damon Gant was a respectable detective, that's why. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. We literally watched him blackmail you. Now think about it, Miss Sky. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail. You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And... Did you do so to help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. But what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. Lana, so that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago? You say you did this- oh, wait, no. You did this all by yourself. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body. What? But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement. You mean, Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark? Something like that. If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Ow. I was lying on the floor at a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the shuttle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies. All just to protect me. So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to. Yes. I broke off the tip of Dark's knife, planted it inside the wound, then moved the body. You planted and then you moved the body? Everyone's like, but why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad. Maybe I ought to ask for the sake of others. But why did you do that? Come now, Mr. Wright. Even you should be able to figure it out. Very well, let's add this to the witness's testimony. The reason Miss Sky fabricated the knife. I knew the tip of the weapon found buried in the body would be all the proof we needed. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with him. Okay, let's... Okay. Let's get the move the body. When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deduced it to be. Deduced it was, by Chief Gant's desk. But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple. Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Sky moved the body. The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with it. Then she's bound to slip up and make a contradiction. Like, honestly, alongside for years. Pieces of the jar, you mean? Yes, that wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Dark committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body. So when you first found the body, the jar was already... Of course, it had been shattered to pieces. If you looked at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. Neil Marshall was dead and Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during the struggle. I see. What's the matter, Emma? Apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed. But I have a feeling there is more to it than that. There must be a contradiction here somewhere. Anyway, I've committed this fabrication completely alone. During the events that shattered my plan. Final fragment found in Chief Gant's safe. No, there's a contradiction. Like, this is covered in blood. Which... It wouldn't have gotten smears like that from... like, being already on the ground. Let's see. So you rearranged the crime scene. Are you sure you didn't do this to keep Emma from looking like the murderer? How many times do I have to tell you, Mr. Wright? Emma didn't do it, period. Are you so desperate to hide that fact? You're willing to risk the death sentence? She's lying. She did it so I wouldn't be blamed for what happened. In any case, as a prosecutor, what I've done is unpardonable. There's nothing I can do to make up for my actions. Mr. Wright, my sister's lying. Looks like she's determined to protect you to the end. But there's no way she could have done it alone. So, she has a contradiction at the jar from the sounds of it. I want to hear that one more time, actually. That wretched jar you showed us earlier, in order to show that Dark committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body, so when you first found the body, the jar was already broken. Shattered to pieces. If you look at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. Neil Marshall was dead, and Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during their struggle. I see. What's the matter, Emma? Apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed. But I have a feeling there is more to it than that. There must be a contradiction here somewhere. Now, we have no idea exactly how strong she is. So, like, her moving the body seems unlikely. Part of me kind of wants to try... Actually, here. No, so we don't have to deal with actually, like, pulling her teeth again. There we go. I want to see... Final fragment... I feel like the jar itself might actually contradict what she has to say. Because, like, the blood on the jar does... Like, it's on... Presumably, it would have been on the bottom, right? So the blood would have had to have sprayed first. Depending on how the pieces landed. Actually, no. Because that's Emma's name written and then wiped off, right? So... Yeah, no. So, let's see. So, we have Emma's name written on the jar, wiped off, presumably with that cloth, but it doesn't have any traces of blood that we're aware of on it. Which, you know, whatever. Let's see. So... I don't know. I feel like the jar itself messes with the timeline. Yeah. This guy, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered. If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I'm compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony. A contradiction in my testimony? You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right. You have a problem with that. It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died. Ah. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. I mean, he could have. It just would not have been nearly as neat. Order. Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regards to the jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical? Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're as in the dark as we are, but the truth towards which we're headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. Very well, the witness may now continue her testimony. Ooh. Alright. What you got? I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. With what? You mean you were the one who wiped away the blood message? I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence. Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Okay, so this is probably where the fabric comes up. But it's got her sister's fingerprints, not hers. So the jar was already broken. It's a miracle if that thing hadn't broken earlier. It certainly looks as feeble as the defense's case, but not as feeble as the judge's judgment. You were an ace detective who never missed a detail. Do you really expect us to believe you didn't investigate what was written on the jar pieces? Normally I would have. But it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. So you didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar? No. If I had known, I would have gathered all the pieces and ground them to dust. Well, that helps my case. Lana, you do that for me? It seems you two might make up yet. Anyway, I just barely had enough time to move the body as it was. So, if someone happened upon the scene, you'd lose your chance to erase the evidence. You must have been in a hurry. I was. I knew I had to destroy the evidence before anyone came. This is rather shocking. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. Yeah, with what? I'm afraid this action of yours reveals what really happened. What do you mean? If you really thought Dark killed Prosecutor Marshall, you wouldn't have wiped away the blood. What else could I have done in that situation? Lana, I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up the pieces. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. But how could you see with the power out? It should have been pitch black in that office. A detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now, I always carry a pocket light and a camera with me. Even I carry a bottle of emergency luminol wherever I go. I never miss anything. I got every last piece. Well, how did you get every last piece? So you illegally rearranged the crime scene? Yes. I don't have any excuse for my actions. I'm so sorry, Lana. I didn't know. I treated you so badly all this time. It's not too late. There's still plenty of time to make up. After we've gotten to the bottom of this incident. No doubt this day will leave a permanent stain on the history of the prosecutor's office. More contradictions have surfaced in her testimony. Your sister's really putting up a fight. She must really care about you. Still, she's not doing this the right way. I think I finally figured out the contradictions in her testimony. There's only one final possibility that might turn everything around. I mean, she didn't do a very good job of wiping them clean. Just because I don't feel like having to wait through her talking again. I don't know, if, like, you were focused on wiping them clean. Like, this is a problem. Because this guy, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of. What? We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gantz's safe. In the chief's safe, but how? I knew it, she really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it, and very legible blood, but the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of them. Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you. But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece? I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Can you believe that? Yes, actually. Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken. Oh, that. There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant. At the time, he was looking for Dark in the basement. No! The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide the fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that? Oh no, we broke the judge. We broke the judge. Oh no. Wait, I'm not the one on trial here. Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposefully hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called? Fabrication of evidence. But why would Chief Gant do that? In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear? What happened afterwards? Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma. And there lies the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became the Chief's puppet. No, I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the Chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. You foul lies? Also, imagine that coming from my own clients. Exactly. I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth. Thanks, Judge. Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap? Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Lana, maybe right after all. What do you mean, Wright? So, you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright? Ms. Skye, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Ms. Skye, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw. Yes! We got her. All right, the witness may testify once more for the final time. Quote unquote final. Come on. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor's sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent. Ooh. Fancy, fancy, fancy. Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor's sword? You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. What? To me? It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. But I don't remember receiving a picture like that. Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright, she really does have faith in you. Oh, it's in the book! Very well, Mr. Wright, please present this picture. I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana. Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right? I seem to remember getting something from her then. There must be a picture in it somewhere. Oh, that's right, we didn't open it. Pew! Aha! Hey, there's a picture here. Oh, and a piece of his vest is missing. Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this, because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had rearranged everything. Lana's picture inserted into the court record. Ooh. Mr. Wright, that piece cut out from his vest, could that be? That's the cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe. And it's got her fingerprints on it, too. This is a handprint, isn't it? Yeah, that's yours. That cloth, it had fingerprints on it. Whoever's fingerprints those are must be the real murderer. What? But those fingerprints, they're yours. Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright? Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer. Very well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. My god. Actual crime scene, let's go. When I first arrived, let's see, when I arrived, I found Mr. Who's interrupting now? Oh my god, he's back. Come now, G. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. Chief Gans. What, now you want to make me out as the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense. I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. This must be that risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck. Oh my god. I mean, they do capital punishment in this universe, so that's probably what he means, but good lord. So what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't. But someone does. Someone? So, what's your excuse, Righto? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You don't have something to show us, right? Something that proves you knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death? Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt? Is this true, Mr. Wright? If I show that piece of evidence now, Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer. Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now, and if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries. What do I do now? I'd better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? The one that shows who really killed... Well, let's double check evidence law here. So, let's see. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. The evidence that proves he was at the scene first? Oh, no. He's talking about... No. So what he's talking about is this piece of cloth with Emma's prints on it. The reason I'm checking this is he is hereby giving approval from the police department to do it. However, it is unregistered, and arguably it needs to be relevant to the case on trial, which it's not. Technically speaking, we can rule to him. I'm gonna say cannot show, and then rule to him. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. What? You lie. Chief Gant, you opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. But it was already cut out before anyone else arrived. Yes, but it has her fingerprints on it. And he's going to try to twist that into making it look like she removed it herself. Or someone removed it to make her look good. So what I'm going to try to do is rule to him, because it's not relevant to the current case. The conclusive evidence. I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together. Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gantz? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? It looks like part of it's been cut out for some reason. You mean you had this in your safe? What? That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence? This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department. I mean, it makes him look terrible. Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Righto. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. What? You mean you admit to it? And we're just like, nah, it's not relevant, so we don't have to. I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana. So you really were manipulating her. I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, that when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid, so you assisted Miss Sky. I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you. 2 pieces of evidence, you mean those items in your safe. But why? For insurance, of course. Insurance? I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed. You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence? What do you take me for, a fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jar fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana. to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces. But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar too? Oh-ho-ho. Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance. You mean that piece of cloth? Come on, Wright-o, cough it up already. I know you have it. What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright? So you admit to it then, Chief Gant? That you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe? Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. Foolish move, Wright-o. You should have shown it then before it was too late. It's been a long battle, but the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up, the victory is mine. So... I mean... Yeah, just don't show it rule to him. Yeah, well... Do we show evidence and then rule to him? Or, well, if we say... Okay, so in this case, is evidence we get to choose? Because if so, I show evidence and then rule to him. Or is it show the cloth and then I don't get to rule to him? So I guess I'm going to start safe and say cannot show evidence and then rule to him. I just finally figured out. Okay, so I do have to show, Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now. Let's see this conclusive evidence. Oh, that shows who actually... Oh. The evidence that shows who actually... Oh, no. Okay, so... The evidence that actually shows who murdered Prosecutor Marshall. So basically, I need evidence. So then versus now. I mean, technically speaking, we can rule two. Well, we could try rule twoing him. We have a safety save down, so. Mr. Edgeworth, your opinion, please. I think Mr. Wright's humor has improved at the expense of his defense. Better polish up your defenses, Mr. Wright. Okay, so we can't rule to him. You remember that thing with the murderer's handprint on it, don't you? There's no way around it, Mr. Oh. Is it trying to make me show the cloth? Are you serious? No, absolutely not. Fine. Fine. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh yes, alas, you finally brought it out into the open. There's a handprint on this piece of cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requests that be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather, there must have been a strong impact for it to have been left so clearly. You mean, it cannot have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. You're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy. What? Think about it, Wright-o had all of this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that? Mr. Wright, do you really know? Yeah. Yeah. It should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. Man, I wish I knew what he had planned because I'm scared. Emma? Never mind. I'm sorry, Emma, but why? Why didn't you tell me? Well, it's better to not tell you because this... Oh. You're really something, Righto. You knew this girl did it all along, and you still tried to pin the murder on me. So it's true, tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death. Hold it. How could you, you monster? Mrs. Guy, you knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't? Miss Guy, it's not over yet. What? I said this trial isn't over yet. Screw it, the best attorneys always break hearts. Apparently, yeah. But I'm afraid it's over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career, too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer? Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up. Oh? And what's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? What? Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask? It was Emma Skye, wasn't it? No. I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. What? A contradiction? What is this fool babble? Yeah, what is he talking about? I'm talking about a contradiction, one that proves who the real killer is. Oh, I guess he's going to try arguing that as a 14-year-old child, she was not strong enough to kill him. What could it possibly contradict? Yeah, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. I don't know what he's looking for. I genuinely don't know what he's up to. Oh, that's not what I wanted. It's fun watching you scream. Yeah, I hit the wrong button. Yeah, that's fine. What am I doing? If this cloth was cut from Prosecutor Marshall's vest after he died, then something's definitely not right about it. So it was cut from his vest after he died. But in order... entirely lost as to where he's going with this. Oh, wait. No blood on it? No, but he was stabbed. No, but like the thing is though is that he was stabbed from the back. Wait. Wait. Oh, yeah, no, you're right. Oh, no, you're right. It should have been all down. Oh, no, it's this photo. This is the picture Miss Skye took. Take a good look at it. Yeah, no, it's the blood on the... Yeah. I was like, wait a minute. See where the piece of this vest was cut out? Yes. His shirt is showing underneath. At first I was gonna be like, well, he was stabbed from the back. Of course I wouldn't. But then I realized he was also bleeding out his mouth, and that would have absolutely gone on the vest. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs, no doubt, were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth. Oh, but that piece of cloth was perfectly clean. Also, why are we calling it cloth? It's leather. Since Emma Skye's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time. No, this is nonsense. Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Skye, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the armor sword? Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue and make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest? Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you prove that you were the actual murderer. It's finally all over. We did it. Objection? Who's objecting now? Oh, he's objecting. Oh no. That was close, Righto. You almost had me. Sorry, but you will have to do better than that. I refute your allegations. What do you mean you refute his allegations? You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence. Order, order. What nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Raji? Earlier, old Righto here concealed that piece of cloth. So then, what's your excuse, Righto? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you? Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this time. Well, yeah, that's because we were laying a trap. Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence. At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence. Well, that's not fair. Ooh, did you actually think you could best me in court? Looks like the last laugh's on you, son. Except that's the thing. Is legally correct? Well, Mr. Edgeworth, true. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person, assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. Well, Mr. Wright? It seems at last, the book! The time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived. Mr. Wright, do you admit to it that you purposefully and illegally concealed this piece of cloth? No, Your Honor. I admit I refused to present it at one point. So the evidence is illegal now? No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. Huh? It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't. What do you mean you couldn't? There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence. No, Aji, don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward. You can't really believe. There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not? And it is. Let us settle this once and for all. Earlier, you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now. Enjoy this textbook. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. What's this? I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in the book. The second rule of evidence law. Rule 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department. Rule 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here's the crux of the matter. You see, at the time it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. Oh, look at that. What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and... Sorry, but can you recall when was that picture presented? That was shown only a few moments ago. No. He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh, yes. No. You made it into evidence. It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer, and there's only one person who that could be. Damon Gantz, the killer was you. Let's go. Uh-huh. Yeah, you laugh all you want, sir. I think he's lost his mind, guys. I think he's lost his mind. I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years, he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Hey! Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Starr, and then convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman? Yeah, that's right. If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you've got to help me. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. And all of a sudden, he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered. He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said, "It's not too late. I'm going to hand all of this over to Marshall." Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it. That accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake. The bloody handprint. Oh, the one on Gumshoe's locker. I used to be known as the crime computer, but everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. And you put the body in my car? I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Leaving the prosecution's car aside? How? How could you get Miss Sky involved in all of this? Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out. So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker? I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take. So, you left the jar fragments in the glove? Yeah. It looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Udgy. What? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. The judge is like, bruh. I'm sorry too, Damon Gantz. And how Edgeworth shall be chief of prosecution. Here's hoping. So he did all this so he could get his partner to help him more after getting them a promotion. Yeah, basically. Yeah. So he did all of that to make sure that Lana would be his puppet over in the prosecutor's office. So he can get her to do whatever he needed her to do. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator and an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Udgy. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Wright here. And Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of a new beginning. There are two things I want you to understand. Yes? First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky, you no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years, from the time I had Gant help me forge evidence up until today. So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered. I'm sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. My, what high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you just might make it to the top. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Miss Sky, and to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you. It was nothing. Liar. I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop it! I only did my job. Oh, don't embarrass him. In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Ms. Sky? Yes, Your Honor? You are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date. Yes, I understand, Your Honor. Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling? It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains. And she's just like, yeah, no, this is fine. Well, this trial has gone on far too long already. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Ms. Lana Sky, not guilty. We did it! That is all. This court is adjourned. Love this for us. At long last, it's finally over. Why is Emma so sad? No! So are we going to ignore now we have to do a retrial of every case of the last 2 years since the prosecution and chief of police admitted to fabricating evidence? Absolutely! No. We're going to treat that as a not our problem and just go and do other things. I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook, but at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit. No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended, I can see why Mia Faye thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, she didn't thank Emma. You know, I did my best too. Hi, Sarkuna, how are you? Alana didn't say a single word to me. Oh no. Hope I'm not Gumshoe, why? Are you a toaster? No. What do you mean am I a toaster? Cause I oh my god. Sarkuna, no, absolutely not. Sarkuna, please. Absolutely not. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Runs away. Yeah, you better run, you menace. Oh, guess I am. Oh no. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? This man keeps, like, leaving. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run all over while on duty. You're not even a detective until we meet again. Yeah. I'm assuming you're what, diving later? If you and the others wind up doing it, let me know. And to top it off, call me. I've been happier people. I've seen happier people at funerals. That reminds me of the Simpsons clip where Homer gets his hand stuck in a toaster. How do you do that twice? Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding. Oh, are you here because of my sister again? Nope, not this time. I came today because of you, pal. He talks so slow. That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone. Lana. Emma's a nerd. Oh no. Lana. Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know. Well, I won't tell if you won't. Emma, I owe you an apology. Oh no, it's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day 2 years ago was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sis, I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake. But now, I realized I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself, but I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. But sis, you were only doing it for me. No. Huh? I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you. Heartfelt emotions? I know, right? The audacity. Sis, I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have. Oh, Emma. She must have gone in for a hug. Yep, there it is. No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in so doing, we can find the way back to our rightful path. Oh my god. And it is from there that we can move on toward a brighter future. Oh my god. Phoenix, right? Ace philosopher. At least that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up. Oh my god, sir. Why? Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe. Me? Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Edgeworth? When did he wander around? Stop hiding and come over here! Look at him! Where was he hiding? Clearly in a plant. I just came to say congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Right, well, I'll be going now. He looks so happy. He does, Mr. Edgeworth. I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realized today that I can't correct my mistakes. Mr. Edgeworth. Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. You despise criminal. Oh no. Oh no. Edgeworth. No. No, Edgeworth, you are not Gantz. You are better than that. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them, but in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth, who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor. Become a defense attorney. Join us. Join us, sir. Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma? We're both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. Is he asking where to buy a gun? No. No. Gant's weapons were forged evidence. And, like, manipulating evidence in general. So, that's why he's like, I might wind up doing that too, and I don't like that thought. And also, guns are forged. I mean, not like that. Not like that. Yeah, and Manfred von Karma did that too. And he's basically afraid he's going to, like, perpetuate the cycle of corrupt prosecutors. You said in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright. And because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Oh, yeah. What is this, a pop quiz? Come on, Mr. Wright, show him what Lana's talking about. Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own. That might mean something to you, but I don't see how it had anything to do with our partnership, huh? Mr. Wright, it seems you still have a lot to learn as well. I guess that wasn't the right piece of evidence. That's fine. It's inconsequential anyway. It's time for me to go. No kiss. I know, right? Mr. Edgeworth, if you'll excuse me, there are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Edgeworth, what will you do now? Become a defense attorney. Join me. Well, whatever you do, just remember, you can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. Boss's car is still covered with blood. Yeah. Well, the trunk is. In the end, it's up to you. I know. It seems I owe you my thanks too, right? Oh, look at him. But what I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell. Aw, no, sir. Come back. I better be going too. Okay, but I'll be by to visit soon. It seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you. Scientific investigation. I love the little, like, doodles on the cover. Like the little doodle, like, cover art book. It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis, I will. Aw, she's so nice. And so, another case came to a close. And as for the sisters, I have faith. Oh, look at that. Faith that their lives have only just begun. Wow. And as for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself. Oh no, is he... Sir, what are you planning on doing? Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal. Huh? What is it, detective? There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this, but I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story. I mean, one of them is still going to jail for a long time? Yeah. Huh? Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Huh? Way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side. Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright here is the one who will be footing the bill. Huh? What? What, you think I can afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Huh? What? Sir, looks like Gumshoe's getting demoted again. Yeah. From us. You're the best. Why is it I suddenly feel like I want to scream? Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together? Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go. And that is the end of the first game. Oh, look at that. I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of Emma. I hope she'll be pleased to study under a top coroner. Ooh. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days as the prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. Still, I'll manage to find my way back to the field somehow. Then I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. Time. I know. It took us 4.5 hours today. My goodness. My goodness. If it's just going to be the credits... Oh no, Gumshoe High. Yikes, I thought I was a goner for a moment there in the end, though. They overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief's office. If we penalized you anymore, it would be worse than firing you. Oh no, yep, that's what they said. It just goes to show you can't shake me off that easily. Oh no. Sir. Can I skip through these? No? Okay. No. That's unfortunate. But anyway, so. Hi, Meekins. Alright. Well, can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard. From what? What have you been Someday I'm gonna make detective? Sir, absolutely not. Oh my god. But anyway, so while we're waiting out the credits, it has been a very interesting stream. We actually did surprisingly well with that trial, actually. It got a little tricksy towards the end, and it got a little, like, fuzzy in the logic, but no, that was actually really good. I mean, obviously it was hard. It wasn't, you know, easy, but like, oh yeah, no, like the logic felt good. If Gumshoe is what you're aiming for, you need higher standards. Consider this as Meekins, though. Meekins is not aiming that high to begin with. I didn't even know he could get demoted to security guard, to be perfectly honest with you. But yeah, no. Yeah, no, the logic for that entire case was like such a mess. But like, in the trials, it actually wasn't too bad. I will say that the investigation phases for this one were kind of messy, because it's like, well, how much of this evidence that's just kicking around in the case report, well, in the court report, actually matters. So it's like, honestly, if it had like trimmed out some of the stuff that was like truly no longer relevant, it might have been better, but I can understand why they didn't, because, you know, it's a DLC case, it's supposed to be the hardest of all of them. So having to sift and sort through evidence that is no longer necessary and just kind of feel your way through it, that makes sense. I do wish it did prune it a little, like the one, like episode 4 does. Or, no, it was either episode 4 or episode 2 that prunes the court record a little, just to streamline things. That probably would have been necessary, especially since it lasted an extra day. But no, honestly, that was, no, that was actually pretty good. And are they still going? My goodness, how long are these credits? I wish I could skip through them. But yeah, so tomorrow, we will be starting with a new Phoenix Wright game. We're actually just going to mosey on over to the second game in the series. I'm not entirely sure what the name of it is. Oh, that's cool. We got a little bit of Maya. Here, let me grab Steam. Here's Steam. Alright, let me see if it tells us the other. That's not what I wanted. Yeah, I was trying to see if I could get Steam to tell me what the 3 games in the trilogy are. But yeah, apparently I'm not that lucky, so I'll have to look it up elsewhere. Alright. second one is Justice for All. Okay. Yeah, so in that case, we'll be starting with Justice for All tomorrow. And then we'll be playing through all of that. Now, apparently there are 14. It's not the greatest in the trilogy. Well, it can't be worse than the first one, because the first one has kind of dodgy logic due to the localization. So long as it's not like worse than the first one, we'll be fine. But yeah, so we're doing Justice for All. Now, apparently there's 14 cases across all 3 of the games. So we'll be doing, so we're already done with, what, 5 of them? And then there's some, and then the rest are split somehow between the last 2. I don't know anything about those, because honestly, it's been so long since I've played any of them. You know what? I actually might have played Justice for All, because there's like one that I remember playing through ages back, you know, back in the day, but I don't remember which one it is. Wow, I got an achievement for clearing episode 5. Amazing. But anyway, so that is going to be, now that it's saved, so we don't have to go through that whole thing again. That is the end of the stream. Amazing. Huzzah. Yeah, so tomorrow we're going to be starting Justice for All. It's going to be a time, because it's apparently not the greatest, but you know what? We'll deal. We'll deal. But yeah. So yeah, I look forward to seeing folks tomorrow, same time, same place. And yeah, and then next week, honestly, we might just stream anyway. I might actually take Monday off, just because the day after is my birthday. So schedule will be going up sometime this weekend, and we'll kind of go from there. So I hope you all had as good of a time as I did, and I look forward to seeing you all again. Take care, folks. Bye.